chat. Welcome in, everyone. Happy Sunday to you. What's new? What's happening? What's different? Hi, I'm Chef JT. And get our oven preheating here. Set that 300. Hello, Ozzy. Welcome in, Will. Happy to see you, JK. Cosmic as well. Welcome. Hello, Nan Reader. I decided I'm gonna make my own barbecue sauce tonight. I didn't put that in the dinner command, but that is, did I disable the dinner command? I did. Ooh. Thank you for the resub. Two at the side. Try another. I'm realizing now that my bot is reacting to everything and doesn't like commands other than ones it's trained for right now. Arg. Actually, can I stop that right here? Nope. Okay, gotta fix the bot and back. I can't fix it quick either. Oh, yes I can. I can just unplug it. Stream crashes. But thank all of you who are supporting the stream. Greatly appreciate it. It still said that. Is this bot not handling it right? That is really confusing. We'll have to see if anyone else types in scramble if it's still complains. Okay, maybe it was just timing. I think it was just timing. But I went back and I was like, okay, cool, I can just, because normally I have I'm running my new bot off of a small little Raspberry Pi. And it's sort of like a mini computer, if anyone's familiar with that. You know, it's like a $100 mini computer. And I normally have it open in a window on my main PC back there. It doesn't have a keyboard and a monitor or mouse or anything plugged into it. It's just completely working off of the network. And so I went back there expecting, oh, I can just shut it off on the computer. I had closed it on the computer. It was going to take me 2-3 minutes to turn it back on. Realize, oh yeah, I can just unplug the Raspberry Pi. Yeah, I'm trying to reduce them down to 1. Trying to cut out all of these middlemen. I say that and I'm still using a whole bunch of middlemen. Welcome in, everyone. I appreciate you joining me. Cheers. Ribs. We need to get ribs going. Ribs. 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 Who loves ribs, chat? Yeah, ripped it. And we're gonna go this side. Yeah. They got some meat in them ribs. So, Chad, I asked this in Discord a little before stream, and I don't know the proper answer. I'm not actually a McRib aficionado. I've only had a handful of them in my life, and I can't recall. Do they put the onions and the pickles on top of the ribs or underneath it? Because I've seen, like, Googling it, there's, like, photos both ways. Like, maybe they haven't had a set standard over the years, or... And yeah, I put it back in the fridge. I wanted to try and make my own mustard at one point with my business. Never quite made it. Like, I got the idea driving through Sonoma because so many of the different vineyards will grow mustards in between their grapevines. And I was like, well, I could just use some of that. But apparently none of them grow like culinary mustards. And there's also this whole thing about having to winnow it and get the seeds off of it, and yeah. So we got pepper there. We're gonna do some garlic, some mustard, some onion. Garlic. Paprika. And smoked salt. Note, this is not the sauce, this is just what I'm coating on the ribs. I am not going with a mustard-based sauce for my main sauce plans here. Darn butchers. Actually, that might have been the meat hook. Actually, it's quite likely it was the meat hook because they like to hook onto the rib. Hey, they can see me. Welcome, welcome. Happy Sunday to all y'all. Cutting it close now. Getting down to the last of the... And I'm not doing it, but do as I say, not as I do. If you want to cook ribs and get max flavor, this is one that you should marinate the day before. Put it in acid, did you? They can see me. One more sprinkle of salt over the top of these. The smoked salt. We're going to wrap that with foil and get that in the oven. Was I right they can see me? Was it acid? Because I've made that mistake before myself. That's how I knew that. I'm realizing now, I talked before about getting a new subscription recently, or a new membership. I've had this roll of foil since I used to have my membership. So this roll of foil, 7 years? 8 years? Okay, that's going in the oven just like that. Hey Beans, welcome in. On to bread. This is using dairy, if I remember correctly now. It is going lovely, Beans. For anyone in Twitch that may be confused, Beans is over on YouTube. I'm going to give this a quick heat up in the microwave. Oops. You're not seeing much of anything. What are you trying to look at, camera? So you got dairy and water on the stove. We got warm dairy, hopefully, over here. That'll do. Ideally, I'd want that to be about 10 to 20 degrees warmer, but it's not gonna be that bad with the yeast. I gotta go over to the stove. I was gonna try and let it sit there and let the yeast do its thing, but I gotta make the tangjong, or however it's pronounced. So we're gonna go over to the stove and turn that on. Hit that up with some flour as well. I think I want to use a fork for this. I'm guesstimating on all of this tonight. it down a little bit. Hey Rory and Raider. Welcome, YouTubers. So we're waiting on the yeast now, which is right here. We gotta let that wake up. We got our tanjong. Let's put together our actual bread flour. I used AP flour for the tanjong. Let's see how much I'm supposed to do of that. Oh, we can add a little sugar in there too. What kind of beans? Not to put you on the spot or anything, but yeah, curious. Bowl. I need a bowl. I know chat can't see the scale, but we're doing 320-ish grams of bread flour here. All over the place, beans. I get recipes from all over the place. I have some of my own, like this is one that I've done several times on stream. I'm doing a final different type of bread with it, but I've made the recipe many times on stream. Over time, well, on one half, and this is something that I rant about quite a bit, so regulars are going to be, yeah. There is no, copywriting or trademarking a recipe. You can copyright a book, you can copyright a blog, but you're not copywriting the recipe. And so there is all sorts of recipe theft, even above and it's been happening long before, we were worried about DMCA and videos and stuff like that with streaming and YouTube and all that. And honestly, I would say already, in a vast majority of cases, you can just ask one of the LLMs and they'll give you a decent recipe for most things. They may have something that's completely wrong off about it. Like, they're not perfect. And most of the time, they're going to get you 90% of the way there. And so beyond that, it's knowledge of what will make a recipe work or not. Like, a large part of what I do as far as recipes is not follow recipes anymore. I'm mostly looking for, okay, what's the ratio that I need to use? What's temperature and time? things like that. It's actually sort of funny. On Mondays, Mondays or tomorrow's stream, I have recipes up in my Discord ahead of time of what my plans are on Monday. And I sort of follow them. I definitely didn't follow the steps last week in order. Okay, what am I forgetting here? What else do I have to add? I need to add egg into this, don't I? That it does. I need 2 eggs. Luckily have 2 eggs left. Note to self, need eggs. And then, oh, might as well just grab this. So that was 2 egg yolks and 1 egg. But I sort of guesstimated on the 1 egg white because I threw them in the same bowl. Here you go, chat. Our yeast and milk, or half and half in my case. Get all that yeast clinging to the sides of the glass too. And finally, our tangjong. I'll get into kneading. Use my hands to, and the flour that's stuck to my hands to sort of loosen up everything on the bowl. Toss that back over the top of it. The leftover egg white will be used for egg wash when we go to bake these. But they gotta proof first, obviously. So that's gonna be a while. I could put it in the fridge if I was worried about keeping it nice and safe. I guess that's more of a US thing though too, but once you crack an egg you should refrigerate it. This is going to have to proof for minimum of 90 minutes. Ideally you want to give it at least 2 hours. It's somewhat of a judgment call though too, what point you want to let it proof to, and that also matters on what you're rolling it into too. I'm getting rid of the big chunks and other stuff that's drying out in my hands now, so I'm not mixing in dry chunks back into there. Nice, Will. Don't make bread. There is no real, like, you can make quick breads. You can use chemical leaveners, also known as baking soda and baking powder, to produce gas when it's baked. Welcome in, Penguin. Happy to see you back. But you're basically what you're doing here when you're either fermenting beer or you're proofing bread is you're giving yeast food. In this case, it's the flour that's been moistened, or I've added some sugar in there too, but I mean, you don't need to add sugar to bread. That's sort of an American thing. And with beer, same thing. You're adding sugar, you're adding wheat, and it's getting happy. It's eating all that stuff, and it's producing a lot of gas. And in the case of bread, we're kneading this right now to create a sort of matrix of gluten. We're sort of trying to work the gluten into a web that is going to trap that gas rather than allowing it out. Ooh. And without the indicator either. Let's get the hair from my... Let's not knead a hair into there from my hairband. What happens if you don't knead it enough beans? You let all the gas out. It just doesn't have the same texture, it doesn't bake as well, and it doesn't bubble up. It stays very dense, very shoe leather. So this doesn't take too long with that, but again, we're not in any sort of rush with this because we got ribs in the oven. Ribs got to be out of the oven before we can bake bread, don't they? Will just breaking the bank with getting me to put my hair down. Alright, I'm happy with the way that that's feeling. It's not super needed, but it'll work for my processes tonight. Making them for tomorrow they can see me. But the best timeline I've seen on cinnamon rolls. I've made cinnamon rolls during a stream, and I think on a couple of times. They're better if you let them sit overnight. Like there's the recipe I follow, you get to a point where they're basically set and they're in the pan, and you can put them in the refrigerator before you bake them, and then allow them to proof the next morning. Like take them out, let them proof, and bake them. That's the best way to go about that, and I skip that step when I do it here on stream. I do that with a couple of things. So I'm, on one hand, never going to suggest you do it, but I do it. Olive oil our bowl up here. And our dough. Just want a nice light coat on all of it there. Oil on the top is going to keep the dough from drying out a little bit. I'm tempted to throw a little plastic wrap on there tonight. Yeah, let's do that. I do have lids that nicely fit these, but then it can't poof. And then chat can't see it poof. Alright, set this over by the stove so it's warm but not super hot. Okay, we got our rib in the oven. Let's do a little cleanup action here. Get ourselves another clean bowl, get this cutting board out of the sink so that I actually still use the sink tonight. Sunday, so I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow, so I can't have the house be a complete disaster tonight. Interesting, Evil Marksman. I'm just imitating McDonald's, which also makes a rib made of sweetened patty of minced pork. It's not minced pork, but it's certainly not rib meat. sitting here trying to, you know, did McDonald's just steal that from Scotland? No. Yeah, that's his. I don't know, chat. Has the McRib ever been like a permanent thing? I think it's always been a limited time thing on McDonald's menu. Yeah, my thoughts were it was originally it's the time of year thing, and it was cheaper for them to serve pork this time of year, but only this limited time of year because of the size and McDonald's being the behemoth that McDonald's is. Now, I doubt that's the same thing, but they could use it the same way. Well, we were talking here in chat. They were talking, someone was saying in chat the other day when I was hyping today's stream that they're actually selling the sauce. I didn't see it. I didn't go out looking for it either, though. Which I'm also questioning my memory of what the McRib is like. I know it's got they advertise it as a sort of like a KC type barbecue sauce that they have on it. But I also remember it being pretty thin. Alright, so we got that and that going. What do I got to get started next? Let's get our potatoes going. We got to get potatoes bubbling. You got to get the taters boiling. That sounds like America. Something limited? Yeah, let's scalp it. Brand I don't normally use. I should be looking at these closer. Actually, I think it might actually be still the same brand and just in a different packaging. But I didn't buy the one that had a combination of red and gold in it before. Cover those with some hopefully somewhat cold water. So those are now cooking. Coleslaw or barbecue sauce first? Uh, I think we're going to go with barbecue sauce first. I am a fan of coleslaw. I've made plenty of coleslaw on the stream, so that should be obvious, but coleslaw would have to be up there on my list of salads in this world. I originally wanted to do a broccoli slaw for tonight, and that was originally in my plans. I apologize if anyone's here looking for that. I do promise to make that in the future, but I couldn't swing it with the budget for this week. How do I want to go about this? Let's do slices. Nice, Will. That is awesome. I gotta be honest with the hair down redemption. It had been so long since I added that audio cue, I forgot what it was for. Should also point out that I'm using aroma tomato here rather than canned crushed tomatoes, just because I didn't want to make that much barbecue sauce. tubers. Going pretty good. Can't complain when ribs are on the menu. Part of a sandwich or not. Ooh. Thank you. Thanks for the biddies. Don't know why that alert didn't go off. That's a couple alerts tonight. I need to get this bot finished, chat. I need to get the bot finished. I spent like all day yesterday and most of this morning trying to get it to work during stream tonight. Got so close. So close. Basically done chopping by the time I thought to swap the screen there. Sorry about that. Me bad. So you got garlic, got some tomato. I'm gonna do some ginger in there. Realizing we're making a little more noise than I want. Pounding against the cutting board there, or keyboard. Pounding the cutting board against the keyboard. You get some oil going in the left-hand side of this stove. Garlic and tomatoes going in together. It's a thin aluminum pan, so it didn't take long to heat up. I'm going to go ahead and add our ginger in there too. Salt. Pepper. Other salt. Onion powder. Healthy dose of onion powder. What else do I want in there? Yeah, we can do some of that. And we can do some of that too. Whoa. Trying to make a mess tonight. Succeeding a bit. A little red pepper flake. Yeah, let's use the other side on that one. Red chili powder. What's the other salt? That's what I've started calling MSG. Hey, Mal. Ooh. Yes, it's MSG. Thank you for the resub, Mel. Appreciate that. We're gonna add some sugar in here. Brown sugar. Mustard powder. And turn the heat down on this a bit. Don't want to get that hot. That's over here. New container of ketchup. Because even though there's tomatoes there, I'm adding ketchup in there too. I just stepped in the tomatoes. I guess I should probably clean that up. leave the rest for Roomba in the morning. Ah. Yeah. Okay, so that is mostly done. We need vinegar in there, and am I missing anything else? Molasses. Wow. That doesn't want to move for me. We'll force it. Let's convince it. Nice. We got a little while on that, Mel, but we're getting there. This is the start of my barbecue sauce here. Last thing we need, apple cider vinegar. Okay, that needs to be blended and pureed, but otherwise that is set. So we have barbecue sauce. That's doing good. Bread is poofing nicely. Yeah. Hey, Justice Rice. White onion time. Which one do we choose for? I'm going to use this one for the McRib. So we'll do in half. That one wasn't. Oh well. That one's lost to the time. We'll throw those in. These are for our sandwich topping. It's a rib sandwich, right, chat? It's not a rib burger. I'm also realizing, well, I guess they have slivered onions on other things. He got in trouble for discussing slivered onions earlier this year. Got me, it was chopping this up and like, aren't all of McDonald's onions like this? And then I realized recall or sickness issue earlier this year. I guess they carry both. Have any of you watched, like, there's people that like GoPro video themselves working shifts at various places, one of them being McDonald's. I've never actually personally worked at McDonald's. I'm astonished how complicated they have made that system. And the fact that it works. So I just topped that up to just use it. This I'm going to slice up thin with the slaw. So we got our onion in there. I'm gonna take a moment and brush my hair because it's already getting all over in my face. Sorry if I changed the song there. Whew.
Realized the flame went out on my sauce. I want that at a low flame.
The dough is now touching the plastic wrap. Oh, actually, you could have seen that maybe. Put that over there. Don't want it too close, don't want to melt the plastic.
Cosmic.
Wait, you have 2 Christmas trees? You're living alone? I don't even have my 1 Christmas tree out. Not that my Christmas tree is really a Christmas tree anyways. It's intended as like a hotel or nice apartment or something outside decoration with Christmas lights on it. No, I'm fine. I'm actually sort of fine with that, especially now that I'm remembering the neighbor I had as a kid who put a Christmas tree in every room of their house, including the bathrooms. Can't escape the holiday cheer in that house. They used to spend forever putting Christmas lights. They got awarded Christmas, the city awarded them for their Christmas tree lights a couple of years. And that was before things got insane with all of the blow mold stuff. But they had some really, really tall trees. And, like, the father had, I don't know where he got that strip of lumber, but it was not an 8-foot strip of lumber. It was, tree height lumber that he used to use to move the wires up on this tree. Like, seriously, it was like a 3-story tree. I'm looking up like I actually see it in real life right now for some reason. I don't know why. Does that work for you, chat? Does that make it more realistic for you? It's the last of our cabbage here, chat. Actually, I take that back. I got cabbage in the fridge that I should be throwing out. But it's probably not going to go in the trash until Tuesday. And that's if I remember on Tuesday when I have to take the trash out. I used to have a lot more reminders back when the Alexa and Google assistants and all that were worthwhile. But now I've boiled it down to I've basically got alarms to remind me to prep and be ready for stream, and I have my morning alarm. Obviously, my morning alarm is more my Roomba running in the house. The Tuesdays I actually have an alarm set up for that. Just on Tuesdays, just remind me. And me without a book to tell it to buy. Okay, bread time again. We're not done with our coleslaw, but we gotta go back to this bread because bread be happy. It's trying to bust out. So we'll get a pan and parchment ready here for this. Because we gotta let them proof a second time. Maybe. I'm gonna punch the dough, chat. There's gonna be some dough violence here. Anyone that recognizes this lovely dough recipe, it's the same one I do for my normal buns, but we're going to do 2 instead of 4 tonight, and we're going to roll them like they're sub buns. So we need to do a little shaky and a little roll flat. And then so that's now going to be our bottom and our top. We'll let this, I'm going to scrunch it up a little bit because I don't want it to be quite that long, but allow that to poof up like that. Second one on the stove, on the pan there. And again, just going to allow these to hang out in proof and do their thing for a little bit longer. Back to slaw. How's our potatoes doing? Are our potatoes cooked through yet? I don't think they are, but they could be. That's feeling pretty cooked through. Yeah, that's feeling pretty cooked through. I'm gonna cut the heat on those. Kill it. Did you start the new job yet, Ozzy, or that's still in the future? Zoop. Turn out good, I hope. Nice. Let me know, I'll show off everyone's food photos in the Discord when you post. Getting all sorts of food photos lately, chat. I love that.
You giving me presents, Alex? Welcome in. Happy Sunday to you. Christmas puppy, you giving me allergies? I mean, puppies are cute. I like puppies. They just make me sneeze. My eyes water and my eyes itch. And occasionally gave me rashes on my skin. I had thought about getting a dog, but right around the same time that I started streaming. Had a bunch of things up in the air at the time. And actually caught one at the pound that I was like, I so wanted to take it home. And I just walked down in the lobby to fill out the forms, and my neck started itching, my arm started itching. I'm like, I can't do this. And I walked out, and I actually felt so bad about it that I went back in the morning, like, okay, I'm gonna do this. I can live with it, you know? And standing in line, someone else adopted it in front of me. Well, that's sort of my fast way of doing a julienne. Like, I'm stealing it from Asian/Chinese, but that was sort of the quick way of doing a julienne. I mean, it's certainly not a perfectly cut julienne, but it'll work fine for slaw. I need a bigger bowl. And additionally, I do the fine chopping by hand because I would rather just chop it with a knife and only have to clean up the knife and the cutting board than all of the fuss work it takes without me having a dishwasher that can sit there and I can just throw it in there and let it spray it and do its thing. Me having to individually take apart the mandolin and clean each of the parts that are all designed to go in a dishwasher, it just doesn't work all that great, and so I just cut it myself. If you have a dishwasher, you don't have the time to slice it, mandolin is your friend. Move that off to the side. And green onions. Gotta save some of these for the gumbo tomorrow. I got carrots in my hair. Carrots in my hair. Come on, let's work, mouse. There we go. Okay, green onions going into the coleslaw. Salt. Pepper. And an ad break. Salt's gonna help pull some moisture out of this and help start breaking down our cabbage and other veggies here. I learned a new thing about languages today, chat. I was telling y'all before about the how I sort of like how I'm never gonna remember the languages, but I like sort of learning some of the things that why words are the way they are. And I always thought I've always known for a long time that there was both liquor and liqueur, or liqueur. I didn't realize that there were multiple reasons for the two different words because of different languages. I always thought it was the European mentality where you have liqueurs, which are like cordials, are either intended to be mixed into something or very often used for an aperitif or a finishing drink, a digestif. I found out today that the difference between liquor and liqueur is Russian liquors. They used to have liquors for women, and the liquors for women were liqueurs. Just random things in my head today. It's starting to smell nice in here, chat. Potatoes, almost there with you. They're cooked through. We gotta finish them. We gotta blend our sauce. Let's blend our sauce here next. Yeah. Give this a spin in the blender. I gotta mute for that though. Doesn't even mute the... There we go. Still not smooth here, so I'm going to strain it. There's red pepper flake in this too that I don't really want in the final sauce either. I want the heat from it. I want the flavor from it. But I don't want the little seeds and stuff stuck in my sauce. Hey, Baker. You know, it's sort of strange. I've never met Maddie, but I very much know 3 people who have been on the show. By his show, I don't mean his YouTube one either. Oh no. He had a show on, I forget what TV channel it was, for like a minute. Is it Vice? I don't remember where it was. What did I do with my reamer? There it is. I have not watched any of The Bear, to be honest, other than a couple of YouTube clips. I'm doing a little lime juice in here tonight, mostly because I have the lime to use up. And that's already enough lime juice, so I'm not going to add more. Nice one, T. Mustard, soy. Worcestershire. And honey. Little shake of cayenne in there. And do a little oregano in there too. Freeze-dried cilantro. And onto the coleslaw it goes. Nah. Mayo base, not vinegar base. Vinegar based slaws are delicious too, but they're not really my favorite. I do make a mean purple cabbage, pickled purple cabbage though. Pickled purple cabbage. Buns are looking nice, chat. I'm like ready to throw those in the oven, but the ribs are in the oven. I'm debating the idea of throwing those in the fridge because they are starting to get a little too big. Like, McRibs is like half the length of one of those. I need a McRib for scale. I don't have bananas in my home. That's looking yummy, chat. .5 inches, 14 centimeters. Be right back, chat. So it's not 2. Oh, maybe it is. 5.5? Yeah, that is 2. We got an 11-inch bun there. I know there's a joke there somewhere about me measuring that. Okay, taters. We need to smash our taters, chat. Ooh, food pics. Food porn, chat. Grilled cheese from lunch. Okay. I don't know what this looks oddly turkey-ish, oddly bacon-ish. It could be either a very fatty strip of bacon or that's turkey. I think that's turkey, looking at the rest of it, but that front edge there is throwing me off. Soup. Beef stew. We have fish from last stream. Dill dinner. Ramen soup from the beginning of the week. Lots of good photos, chat. Thanks for sharing. Strain the water off of our taters here. I lost one. It's lost forever. Now we have smashed taters. We take the non-fishy oil for frying. Pull some of that out here. Yep, I'm going to smash them, and I'm going to fry them again and get them crispy on the outside. We've got to wait on this these ribs a little bit longer here, chat. We've got our slaw done. We got our potatoes ready to fry. We got our buns ready to go in the oven. But we got at least a half hour on the ribs. Probably should give them 45 minutes to an hour from here. Sort of at a loss, chat. What should we do for the next hour? Overnight oats for the morning. I am going to throw these lovelies into the refrigerator for a minute here while the ribs continue to cook, because these are ready to go in the oven. And these can cool down to room temp. I don't want them stuck to each other though, permanently. Ribs, I do 275, 300 for in the oven. In the oven, very, very clearly in the oven. 275 to 300, 2.5 to 3 hours. And that's not for championship chew off the bone barbecue. That's for fall off the bone, what you actually want at home barbecue. I think a lot of people sort of miss that. Like, barbecue competitions are about being a barbecue cook. They're not so much about, they're about being able to pick that perfect temperature and know exactly what you got. It's not necessarily the thing you want to serve, it's what you're trying to show you can do. And so, like, we've now gotten this culture of people that are all about the barbecue cooking competitions and, like, think all barbecue should be like the barbecue competitions, when barbecue competitions aren't even the barbecue that the barbecue makers want to sell. Ribs, I probably wouldn't, like, ribs like this, I don't have a thermometer in there. I'm not going to tempt these ribs. I'm going to trust that I have time and temperature. I've cooked them through well enough. If I were doing, like, a smoker or one of these new pellet smokers or something, like, which is really the way I would like to be doing ribs, I'm also shooting to cook these ribs to the point where I can just pull the bones out and put the slab of meat in the sandwich. That's the plan, by the way, or the hope. Let me see if we can set that up here. Yeah, we're not taking pork shoulder and pressing it into a rib shape. Sorry, McDonald's. Can't even hardly tell the hairs in my face, can you? Seeing if I can get this loaded. It's a patchin'. Yeah, this is going to take a minute, chat. Why don't we do a little bit of a AFK here tonight. Why don't we do, you okay with watching the infomercial while I set up maybe something else here to tide the time while we wait on ribs to cook? Yeah, I think we're gonna do a bit of an AFK here, chat. I'm gonna go sit down, relax for a couple of minutes. We'll give those ribs a proper cook time in the oven. And I'll see all your lovely faces here in about 11 minutes is the infomercial length? Somewhere in there? 10, 11 minutes? And I will be back then.
Ladies and gentlemen, the management of this theater takes great pleasure in making this announcement. To each lady attending this theater each week, will receive absolutely free a fascinating 12-piece kitchen cutlery set, one piece each time. It is really interesting and amazing to know how you can prepare your meals in an appetizing and pleasing manner. There's an old saying, and a true one, that what is pleasing to the eye is bound to be pleasing to the appetite. I'm going to demonstrate this set to you, and I want you to watch it very closely. The first cutter that I'm going to show you, now this first one is known as the Parisian cutter. Wind it through the potato like a corkscrew. When the cutter appears on the opposite side, pull the cutter out. Place the handle in the center and twist it out. This is what they call a French curl. When you fry these, they come out like donuts, nice and brown. Serve them with your steaks or pot roast them. Unwind it, there's two curls out of the one potato. Tomorrow morning for breakfast, wind a little strip of bacon around the potato and serve them with bacon and eggs. They're delicious. Different colored vegetables, wind them together and you get the two colors. Here's a little trick cut. Split the curl halfway through the center. If you're making a shrimp salad and you happen to run short of shrimp, mix these in with the regular shrimp. On my word, you couldn't tell the difference until you start to eat them. Now the rest of the potato, you stuff it. We'll call this a little chicken. We'll call this here some hamburger. You might have a little meat that's been laying in the ice box for a few days. Chop the meat up fine, season it highly, stuff it into the center of the potato and bake them with the skins on. When they're done, cut them in two. Serve them on the half shell, just like that. Serve them in slices when company calls. The more company you have, the thinner you cut the slices. If your mother-in-law calls, give her a beak piece like that. Now the second tool in the set is known as the garnishing knife. Everything you cut with this must come out fancy. Watch this, please. You cut down, you turn the potato, and then you cut through the edge. First one way, and then the other. Sweet potatoes cut like this, drop them into a little batter of pancake flour and fry them. When they're golden brown, sprinkle molasses on them. Serve them with strips of bacon for breakfast while they're delicious. Here's beets, you pickle them, and carrots, you steam or cream them. In making the original French fried potato, cut them in thick slices. Put them one on top of each other. Cross-cut the slices, and you'll never eat a French fry any other way. The potato cut like this will not absorb the fat, because they're garnished around. Pineapples cut for your pineapple and cheese salad, cut 'em the same way. Here is one, and this is a dandy. Cuts any thickness or any size. Open it for a thick slice, close to the top for a thin slice. Saratoga chips, you can make them for 3 or 4 pennies a pound. Just pull the blade towards you like this. If you want the slices thicker than this, open the blade, there's a thick slice. Shoestrings for your Friday fish dinner, cut 'em down like this. Chop them up for your vegetable soup. What this knife is really intended for is for cutting the cabbage. You know the old-fashioned board, how you rip and tear, sometimes nipping the ends off your fingers. Lay it flat and pull it lightly towards you over the cabbage. The weight of the knife across the cabbage is all that's necessary. Why, ladies, when you get slaw cut as fine as this, you'll certainly appreciate eating it. The crowning feature of the set is the cutter that I'm going to show you now. This is known as the Champeen Vegetable Mincing Knife and Noodle Cutter. Now, when you want to make some real fine noodles at home, you roll the dough out like this. Dip this into a little flour so it doesn't stick to the dough, and as you roll it over the dough, that will cut the noodles in long strips 10 at a time. Did you ever try to chop up a little nuts for cake? Why, I've seen ladies chop nuts and the nuts land up on the ceiling. Sometimes you chop the ends off your fingers. When you want to chop up a little nuts for cake, cooked meat, clams for chowder, soup greens to throw into your soup, making a little pepper or chicken hash is just a few strokes rolling it up and down. Why, here is without a doubt the meanest thing in the world to cut parsley. Put that in a grinder, you really grind it too fine. This machine, instead of crushing the parsley, cuts it quick, clean, and dry, leaving every bit of the juice and every bit of the flavor. Now, to clean this machine, you press the button. Rinse it out in a little water. When you're through using it, hang it up and let it dry. Here's one here that every lady should have in her home, known as the Parisian scoop. You lay it flat, once to the right, once to the left. When you scoop them out, you'll get a perfect round little ball. You can pot roast these, cut them out of cheese or cut them out of butter. When you're serving a fruit cocktail in the summertime, take your fresh cantaloupe, scoop them out like this, mix them with apples, pears, and watermelons, makes a delicious fruit cocktail served with a little cracked ice like you see here. But here's a tool, ladies, if you ever do get it, you'll thank the day you've seen this demonstration. When you press, it locks. It's like a pair of human hands. Reach in the oven and take the biscuits out of the oven. Ever take the hot potatoes out of the oven and burn yourself on the elbow? A roast chicken out of the oven, a piece of meat out of the pot, spinach, asparagus out of the water. Why, around canning season, when you're preserving the fruits, to take the hot fruit jars out of the water like that, that machine is worth dollars to you. And here's another one that I really know you'll enjoy having in your kitchen, known as the safety grater. No doubt you're familiar with the old-fashioned grater. I've seen ladies take a grater and rip the knuckles off. When you want to grate up potatoes for delicious potato pancakes, this has a smooth, flat edge, impossible to cut yourself. Just like you were washing clothes, you rub it up and down, and you really grate your vegetables real fine, retaining all the flavors and all the juices. Breadcrumbs for when you're serving veal cutlets or anything like that. You want a little breadcrumbs to fry your fish in? Why, there's the greatest proposition in the world. Use that for coconut, cheese, or horseradish. When you're through with it, just hit it down like that. That knocks all the food out. Rinse it out in a little water and hang it up and let it dry. Now, here is a stone made of carborundum and sapphire quartz, which is made purposely to keep these knives sharp. When they get dull, a few strokes over the edge like this, and you can put a keen cutting edge on it. If you have a dull knife or a dull pair of scissors, An old sickle or a scythe, a lawnmower, cleaver, an axe. There's a tool that will really put an edge on the knife, so the knife will really cut for you. I just want to give you an idea of how sharp that knife really is when you sharpen it with that stone. Ladies, I've seen some of you try to open up cans. Now, there's a can of Campbell's baked beans. I've seen ladies open up a can and you poke a hole in it, go around the top, hippity-hop, and your finger slips. Let me show you a real proposition. Look, lay it on the can, lift up the safety, and turn the key. That locks itself on the can. No harder than you were winding up your watch. Wind up the key and that'll cut the top off of the can slick and smooth. Notice how the end raises itself up in the air so you can lift the lid off, giving you a clean, smooth edge. Now that can be used for sardine cans, square cans, or round cans, exactly the same way. Now this tool here, my dear friends, needs no introduction. This will save you on an average of $20 to $30 every year you use it as a peeling knife. Here's a grater for cheese, coconut, or horseradish, a fish scaler for scaling your fish, and when you're coring your apple, it's just a slight twist of the wrist, and there's the apple core. There's one more tool that I want you to see, and I want you to watch this one very closely. Many a times when you're baking a pie, you have a pudding in the oven. I've seen ladies wrap a towel around your hand, and many a times you burn your fingers. Hook this onto the pot like this and lift the hot pots off the top of the stove. You've got a pie pan in the oven, catch a hold of the pie pan like this. Why, you couldn't get it off with a team of horses. This will positively lift 100 pounds. There's a pail of water weighs 50 or 60 pounds. That's the way you pick it up. But there's one more tool. I'll be all through and I'll be finished. Oh, now the next tool and the last one is what they call the Sarah Bernhardt cutter. This was invented by the head chef of the Imperial Hotel in the city of Berlin, Germany. You place the screw into the center of the vegetable. Twist the vegetable until the threads catch a hold, then you wind this up. You keep winding until you utilize the whole potato. The faster you turn, the quicker the slices. Why, ladies, here's a machine for slicing onions. The first onion that you slice with this cutter, you'll bless the day you've got a hold of it. Every slice cut exactly the same thickness. Every slice cut the same size. In making what they call a rosette, pull the vegetable out like this. Pin the ends together with a toothpick. Drop that potato into the hot fat and fry it. That will come out like a donut, golden brown. If you're serving a nice fish dinner, a little parsley goes in the center with the fish all around it, makes a very appetizing dish. Did you ever try to slice onions with a knife? You know how you get one thick slice and one thin slice? Run the knife through the center. That will separate each slice individual. Almost like magic, there is every slice cut exactly the same thickness and the same size. Wouldn't you like to have a set like this in your kitchen? Why, of course you would. Now don't forget, attend this theater every week and receive this 12-piece fascinating... Ladies and gentlemen, the management...
I'm back. How we doing, everyone? So we still got a while to go on this. Still got probably another 30 minutes on it. So why don't we do this while we're waiting? If it wants to open. Computer? Are you working, computer? It's taken it a moment. It's having... I'm not quite sure why, but... It says it's loading. There we go. Give me one more moment. Setting it up here. Setting it up. There we go. Let's do some marbles, chat. Let's do some marbles. While we're waiting on this. I have no idea if any of these are good or not. I don't know most of the maps. So I'm just rolling with it. Pick the random one, and we're just rolling with it. Why aren't you updating? Interesting. Why isn't it updated here? It isn't updating on OBS, even though you should be able to join in, but don't do that just yet, in case I have to restart things. Let's switch off of this, make sure I don't show something I don't want to. Why is it not? Updating. Game's not updating right for me, chat. Not quite sure what's going on there with that. That doesn't show it at all. So I guess I gotta go back to the other one. Is that at least somewhat displayed? There's two options in marbles, chat. There's one with DirectX and one without, and that was my first guess, is something was not showing up right. Welcome, Head of Broccoli and Hamhock. Welcome, welcome. I wish this would display right on screen. It just doesn't want to. Now it's not even displaying that right. There we go. Got that at least. Yeah. Let's do some marbles, chat. If you'd like to join in on the game, type !play. You'll see your names pop up over here as you join in. We got everyone in that's gonna join in. Give it a 30-second countdown here since we're got lag involved. Excuse me for not muting for that. Oh, I have to like use the keyboard and stuff with this, don't I? In order to like keep up with what's going on. Pull the keyboard out here. Justice Rise with an early lead. Hamhock jumping in front. PST making it down first. Ham hock all the way down there. Justifies jumping ahead. Ooh, gonna stay in. Made it right through. Lucky, lucky. Oh, how unlucky is... Oh, robbed. Absolutely just robbed. No one... There's two on the edge now. They're... Gonna have to win by process of not getting yeeted. Head of Broccoli in the lead. The only one left, I think. We all... Ouch. Ouch. I wish I still had the... I used to have the, dying message from Pac-Man on a button that I could press. Oh. Do we do I think we're going to do a different track. Thank you for the raid, Hamhawk. Okay, we got everyone joined in. It's gonna join in on this next round. Exclamation mark play to join in. Gonna start a 30-second timer to the start. Someone luck out and getting down the center, and I'll go down the side. Oh, someone went down the center. The little elevators are weird. Still on the leader. Oh, Justice Rise leaped ahead. I sort of like the nature grass and the rocks and all that to the design, the textures they chose on this map. What is that coming up? That does not look safe. Ooh, slipping right through. JK right on the tail. Justice Fries with the win. Ah. That is not what I wanted to do. That they are head of broccoli. They're brilliant too, apparently. Really smart, apparently. Let's do another map. Oh, we're back to the one where everyone got yeeted on. Let's give it another shot. Reroll? We'll reroll. I'll go with that. I'll go with I'm I don't know how to get back out of it though. There we go. Did that say with bots? Either way. There we go. This one's got audio effects. Alright, last call. Join in on this round. 30-second timer started. It looks like we're all spread around the edge here. got zapped. Huh? What are all the, like, egg things? Justice Rise got knocked out again. Just yeeted. It's not being fair to Justice Rise. I win. One last round. Last round. Join in if you would want to join in. Exclamation mark play. Okay, 30-second timer starting now. Counting down to the last round of the evening. Last map of the evening. No one went down the center there immediately, so both have to race down the sides and up. On the airport conveyor there. A luggage conveyor. Lots of room for pandemonium here if you got a lot of players in this map. This map would probably be awesome with a lot of players on it. What's with the weird It's kicking both of you over the side, one side or the other. More luggage conveyor belts. We're going through customs. Oh no, is it gonna shoot some people out of the sides? JK made it through safely. As did Justice Rise. Oh, I didn't join it. I'm just now realizing I didn't join in on this round. Oh no, Justice Rise knocked out again! JK with the win. He getting yeeted at the end. I owe you a sub, JK. It won't let me give it to you right now. I will do that. Thank you, JK. Nice. I like that the gifties went to people that I recognize as regular viewers, people that hang out and chat at least every now and then. That is awesome. So let's take a look at these ribs. Let's see what we got. Give them some sauce and as for the smelling of liaison, I believe that there is both, depending on where and who you're talking about. Maybe you can Google that and check that. That is looking like that is nicely and cooked and done, but I do want to give that a little bit more of a crust session. So we're going to base this with our... This has already got a mustard coat with a bunch of seasoning. If you're just joining in, beginning of stream, I coated these with couple types of mustard and a bunch of different seasonings. The black speckling that you're seeing there is not pepper, that is smoked salt. And so now we're going in with our sort of KC homemade barbecue sauce. Looking just from the color of this, I want to say that it needs more sugar to be a true KC. It's not nearly as sugar filled as I think. I didn't put any corn syrup or anything in that. We're going to pull the bread back out of the fridge. I forgot that I needed to do that. That's why I stopped this mid-saucing. Okay, we're going to leave that for now. Let you stare at that for a couple of minutes though, because now we're going to kick the oven up to 400. We're going to bake our rolls. Got stuck with shepherd's pie tonight. How did you get, like, was it in the fridge and that's what you had to eat? Was it, that's what your significant other made and that's what you had to eat? Or is it just what you had to make? Because I'm sitting here thinking, fish pie doesn't sound bad. It's basically the same thing. And put the foil back over the top of these and hide them from you for a little bit. But these are going to stay warm over here. And then we're going to blast them to finish after the bread's done. It's a yummy casserole. Yeah, there's one for you, chat. I don't really have a significant other to talk about this one about, but between you and your significant other, how do you handle the food in the house? Like, is there a person in charge of food? Do you trade off? Does someone get Mondays and someone get... the first one in the house? You get home early, but you get to do dinner? Is it a joint thing? The oven's telling me it's already 400. I don't believe it. I guess that is sort of, the joint effort is sort of the dream. But everyone's got their specialties, maybe, Then again, I think a fair percentage of Americans probably don't hardly cook at all anymore. I gotta try the coleslaw, chat. It's just over there staring at me. I can deal with that. Who's in charge of the grill? I'm gonna swap the oil and the ribs here. So I can start preheating this oil. It's not gonna need too much preheating because it's not a very deep frying. Going back to talking about gifting subs, Twitch's magic in gifting subs is a little... I like sometimes when it goes to people that I've seen in chat and maybe can't afford to sub, isn't their thing, that sort of a thing. But sometimes it's just completely random and I'm just out of left field people that I have never seen before, don't ever see in chat, even though they've gotten a free sub. It's sort of weird, and I know it's can't be an exact science for them either, but just barbecue sauce to my hand. Brush the edge of the bowl there. But I'm gonna egg wash my rolls now. Isn't it sort of amazing that this is the exact same recipe I made like a week ago for burgers and made 4 burger buns out of it? Look at the size of these things. Bit of salt. Couple of slices in the top. Set these back over here. How's our oil temp looking? 240. Well, let's go ahead with the bread in the oven. People say soda bread, and I think the canned, like, rye soda bread. I think I just combined like 3 different types of bread into one there, but regardless. We got any rye bread fans in chat? I'm okay with rye bread, but it's got to be like for, you know, pastrami or, you know, a Reuben or... So you got 19 minutes on the bread. And then we're going to be finishing our ribs. I bought pickles, chat. I haven't tried these before. They sold me on the description. Maple bourbon bread and butter chips. There's lots of mustard in there. This might have been a mistake, chat. The flavor isn't bad. But there is no crunchiness. It's just... like, they're not complete mush. But there is no snap there at all with those. I'm rather depressed with those. Unimpressed. Unimpressed. Yeah, I'm not gonna get those again. I didn't make them head of broccoli. I bought them. It was the first time attempt at them, and they're not very tasty, so. I'm also pretty certain now, after that flavor lingering, that they're an artificial flavor and not an actual one. Yeah, there's nothing in there that's... Those pickles were not very majestic. Alright, let's start frying taters. just straight potato, chat. Boiled and squashed. They can get quite messy this way. They like to break apart in the oil. You can do them in the oven. You can probably do these in an air fryer pretty nicely too, since an air fryer is just an oven. I'll be honest though, like hot air fryers are like such a thing that I've thought about the idea. I don't have the room for one, and that's why I've not done it. But there's such a thing that I thought about getting one. Did I try to splash myself, Will? Or was I good in laying these down in the right direction? Like I'm not doing now. What's our oil temp at here? If we've lost too much... Yeah, we've lost a lot of our temperature there from putting the taters in. Got to get that back up to temp. If you're working with really baby potatoes, these work a little bit better with the really small baby potatoes. The other thing is there's most certainly redskin potatoes mixed in with this batch, and I expect the redskins will probably be have more of a tendency to break apart and crumble than to smash. Another 8 minutes on the bread until that's set. Mostly waiting for this to get back up to temp with the potatoes in there. Like, we're still well below 300. I don't know how well that shows up. I'm not watching the screen to see how well chat can see the temp there. Absolutely head of broccoli. Yeah, you want... Except I think it's the other way around. I think you want starchy ones. And I think the Redskins are the waxier type. I could be wrong with that. Making sure it's all the way up. Gotta get them antioxidants. I'm sad about these pickles, chat. Like, I'm debating if I even want to put these on the sandwich. Yay! Salt. Put the big boy in there. We'll just do that one. Let the oil try and catch up a little bit with just a single one in there. Those turned out looking pretty tasty though. Yeah, there's a couple of ways you can do it, head of broccoli. I think from the production size, I think this was almost intentional. This is the way they wanted to make their pickles. I think it's sort of but yeah, there's several things you can also do things like keep them on ice and stuff like that in order to increase it crispiness. Crispy, crunchy pickles. See, now that one's... I shouldn't have flipped that one. I should have just let it sit. And home pickles are better too. I just don't have the... Like, I'm not going to go through them in order to go through canning them myself. I've done them on occasion. I'll do them on occasion again, but I don't... At least while I'm living here, I don't think that's ever going to be a thing for me because I don't have good storage space. I don't have the proper setup to do good canning. That'd be our buns. Those turned out looking okay. I'll be alright with these. I think I'll be okay with these. Leaving the oven on at 400 so that we can throw the ribs in there to get a nice sear on the... You can see the salt flaked on top. Getting some nice color going here with the little bits that have been cooking for a bit. Oops. 3.5 hour stream. Gotta switch earbuds. Matters less when my hair is down. We're about to go to an ad here in a little under 2 minutes. We're just going to continue frying. Some of these I'm not cooking entirely huge amount of time, but you have to consider I've already boiled these. They're already cooked. We're just sort of making a little bit of a crispy exterior on them. One last batch after these. Now I'm wondering if crispy has some sort of off the wall poker terminology. I mean, I've read a fair portion of Doyle Brunson's book, but I don't know. So much of that world has changed. You wouldn't want to be playing around and splashing. Well, you don't really want to do that at all, but I'm a little more confident in my ability to splash around the oil and play around with things because we've got a solid at least 2.5, if not 3 inches there of wall. So off. Don't know how long I want to go on those. We have successfully lowered the pan temp again. I think we can do a quick last base on our ribs and throw those into the oven to get a nice exterior on them. Welcome, Princess. So, going into the oven like that, try and get a little crust action going. Thank you for the follow. For anyone new into stream, hello, I'm Jason. Cook here on Twitch 4 nights a week. Try to have some fun with it and try and do different things. Exploring, practicing, trying new things. Thank you, Will. Thank you for the gifty. Nice. I'm tempted to just throw the pickles in the trash. Heat off on the oil. Bit of salt over the top of these. Need more salt than that. Let's take a look at these ribs. Going back down, and I've swapped over to a broiler in there. Soft. Soft. Actually, we'll just use the same pan. Yeah, we'll use mayo. Those ribs still need another couple minutes. Actually, maybe we'll do ribs on bottom, bread on top. Most commercial mayo is junk. Homemade mayo is good stuff. And I'm just being lazy tonight. And thank you for the follow. Miracle Whip is not mayo. I grew up on Miracle Whip. It's okay. It's good for a sandwich. But it's not mayo. Miracle Whip and peanut butter, huh? Not peanut butter and pickle? Not mayo and Brunschweiger? Yeah. It's not too far off, a bunch of Depression era recipes where people were trying to find all sorts of things to put in their lunch sandwiches other than incredibly expensive meats. And other things that are in short supply because of the war. This potato has more Christmas than those pickles. But that's why we put mayo on there, because mayo is great for getting us a nice crisp crust. I've turned the oven off, and we're gonna throw this loveliness in there and stay warm, hopefully, while we play around with some rib. Now we're getting to the difficult part. You know, we've done all of this and we still haven't gotten to the difficult part here. That'd be fine on the table. Why risk it? Why risk it? If I already used them somewhere. They gotta be in the sink. Yep. We'll try with these. That'll do for barbecue sauce. Who wants ribs, chat? Oh, we're using that. Why am I put plate right over here already. No, I don't make pork stock. Those are delicious. Those ribs are awesome. Thank you, Will. Do we need more barbecue sauce, or is that enough barbecue sauce? We have more barbecue sauce. We could sauce it up a bit more. But I think I'm going to leave it there for photos. I opted out of the pickles. Those pickles were just too subpar for me to use. And sadly, I didn't. I considered getting cucumbers. I'm really sad that I didn't. Because those are, like, those are going in the trash. They're just not worth it. But there we have it, chat. There is, minus the pickles, my better version of a McRib. And I'm pretty damn certain it's a better version. There shall be photos in the Discord. Be up with that in a little bit. Hey Trigger, how you been? Alright, folks. I think that is where we are going to leave things this fine evening. I hope you have all had an amazing Sunday. I've enjoyed hanging out with all of you tonight. Some lovely chats tonight. Some fun scrambles. I want to go and enjoy this because it looks delicious. I know the barbecue sauce is delicious. I know it's all delicious. I just haven't ate it yet. Back here tomorrow night. We're making gumbo tomorrow night. I've got okra and everything, but we're making it Korean. We're gonna add gochujang and their flakes, and so chicken and andouille gumbo tomorrow night. Recipes in the Discord if you'd like to try and join along with me. I hope you all have an amazing weekend and a great start to your new week. Good night, folks.